Yeah.
You were also on open
Yeah.
access. Yeah.
Hi.
All right, good morning, everybody. Let's get started. All right, so I just wanted to welcome everybody to PLMW at ICFP 2024 in Milano. I'm Stefan Muller from Illinois Tech. I'm the senior chair for PLMW at ICFP this year, which means this is my last year running PLMW. Next year, I'm handing it off to Ningning. So give feedback on what goes well, and we'd be happy to have that for next year. We also brought on for this year Thomas. Somewhat ironically, we brought him on because he's fairly local, and we assumed would be here today to help out. Unfortunately, he had to be in an event in Boston last night, and so the two North Americans are here, and Thomas is not able to make it. I think he will be at ICFP later on in the week, though, so say hi and thank you to him. Speaking of saying thank you, I also just wanted to say thank you to all of our sponsors who generously got many of you here and are paying for your registration and hotel. So definitely, I mean, thank all of the sponsors for the conference, but these in particular were very useful for PLMW. A lot of our funding comes from the NSF. You would have gotten in your email if you specifically were funded by NSF. Most of the rest of our funding comes from ACM SIGPlan. We do also have significant industry support, mainly this year from Jane Street is our PLMW Gold sponsor, and Tarides is the silver sponsor. So we have a great schedule for you today. So we're going to start off with this talk, and then some introductions and an icebreaker game. I think with the number of people in the room, we won't go around and do introductions, but maybe we will just do this icebreaker game for whoever wants to participate. And then we have a talk by Sam on getting the most out of ICFP. So from the applications, it sounds like for a good number of you, this is your first conference. If it's not, great, welcome back. But for those of you who this is your first conference, Sam will hopefully give you some information on how to make the most of ICFP and really any PL conference. So then we'll have our first coffee break. After the break is a panel discussion where we'll give you a chance to ask questions on research. If you're not yet in grad school, ask questions on what grad school is like or applying to grad school. Maybe if you are already in grad school, you have questions on that too. Career questions, any of that can wait for the panel. If you want time to ask the mentors those questions in a sort of less structured format, we'll have an opportunity for that after the panel as well. And that will kind of run into lunch. After lunch, we have more great talks. Simon Peyton-Jones will tell you how to read a research paper. We have a technical talk by Yannick Foster on self-verification for proof assistance. And then finally, in the last session, Harry will give a talk about his PhD compass, so guiding a PhD towards success. Then please do stay till the end. We'll have some concluding remarks, and especially for those of you who received funding from us to come to ICFP, ICFP and PLMW this year, we do have a survey that you are required to fill out as part of getting the reimbursement. That's the end of the official PLMW program. After that, I don't know if this is one of the things Sam will talk about at conferences, but if you haven't been to a conference before, one of the things that happens at the end is that people break up into small groups and go off to dinner, so feel free to do that. Unfortunately, we're not paying for your dinner, so that one's on your own. I was also asked by the farm chairs to let everybody know that the farm performance evening is this evening. So if this is your first ICFP, Farm is the workshop on functional art, music, and modeling. I think I got all the things in there. It's one of my favorite parts of ICFP. It's really a fantastic workshop. It's a lot of fun, especially if you're into art and music and that kind of side of things, and also want to introduce functional programming into that. That's what they do. So unfortunately, because it's today, I'm a little bummed that I and all of you will have to miss Farm, but they do have an evening of mostly music performances that involve functional programming. That's not here. It's at the Auditorium San Fedele, sort of over by the Duomo there. Looks pretty easily accessible by public transportation. I'm told it's a big auditorium. They want more people to come, so feel free to go to that. All right. With that, so we have an icebreaker game. I have these PLMW bingo sheets for, I have enough for everybody. I see some in the room who are not students. Feel free to participate as well. Anybody can do this. So I don't know actually how culturally universal bingo is. So just in case you have a table. This is also weird bingo. I probably can't see you from here, each space in the table has a fact like doesn't drink coffee or uses Microsoft Windows. And so your goal, and all the sheets are different. So your goal will be to, once you get your sheet, go around the room, talk to people, find other people, not yourself, who these facts are true about them. When you meet someone who doesn't drink coffee, cross off that space, and then you get bingo when you've crossed off either a whole row or a whole column or a diagonal. All right, so I will hand these off. We have about 25, 30 minutes for that, and then we should probably wrap up and make sure Sam has time to speak. So try to get bingo first. We don't really have prizes, but you'll get the bragging rights of having done the best at meeting people. All right. That's it for me. All right. So I think hopefully that you all felt that was a success. I definitely heard conversations about things that weren't directly about the bingo game. So that's really the goal, get you to meet each other. And there'll be more unstructured time later on to hang out and continue the conversations as well as the rest of the conference. So not that this was really much of a competition. I think the first person who at least came to me and said they had a bingo was Lean. So congratulations. All right, and our first talk is Samantha Froelich from the University of Bristol.
Hi everyone, is this loud enough? Because I am way too short for this mic. Can I? Oh, oh my. Bear with. Should I hold? What about that? Oh, okay. Well, if I move away from it, do let me know. So my name is Sam. Many of you just met me as the student athlete of an unknown sport. And just so you know, I got 3 bingos. Not that it's a competition. But today I'll be briefing you about how to make the most out of ICFP. So first things first, why should you listen to me? Well, I was you. Look at this cute little picture of baby Sam attending PLMW in 2018. See, she's so cute and innocent. Oh. And I like to think that it all worked out. So I was blown away by the whole experience of PLMW, and it made me think, yes, I really do want to do a PhD. Now, I'm almost finished my PhD, and I've also just started a part-time lecturer role while I definitely get my PhD finished. And that's all at my institution of the University of Bristol. Little fun fact about me, it's my 7th ICFP, so I hope by now I know what I'm doing. Before we proceed, a little disclaimer. And I've got to thank Paulette, who gave this talk last year for this disclaimer. I watched her talk to sense check mine, and this was a really good point that she made. This is just advice I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you 45 minutes of advice. Remember, advice doesn't work for everyone. I'm going to give you lots and lots of information. These slides are available on my website afterwards, so you don't have to worry about taking thorough notes. You can just be here. These are just loads of tips that served me well over the years, and I hope they help you. So there are 2 things that I wanted to achieve in this talk. The first thing, I want you to feel comfortable and confident going into the next few days of ICFP. And the second thing I wanted to help you achieve is develop your conference plan. So like I said, I'm going to tell you loads of things that you can achieve at a conference and how to achieve them. I do not expect you to do all of them. There is way too much for one person to do. I expect you to pick a couple things to try and then try them out over the next few days. Now, before I'd start, I thought we'd play a little game. Because I could have told you what to expect and then my advice, but I think people learn much better from experience. So yeah, I thought we'd all play a game together. This game is called Conference Cadet. Well, that is way too small. I'm going to mirror my screen. 2 minutes. There we go. Is that right? Oh, there we go. Welcome to ICFP'24. You are an introverted final-year undergraduate student hoping to pursue a PhD in programming languages. You're particularly interested in bidirectional programming and want to secure a studentship at the University of Bristol because it's the best. The main conference is 3 days long, with each schedule roughly following the same pattern: keynote, break, session, lunch, session, break, session. Some tips for what to attend. So the keynotes are always great, as is the student research competition, the business meeting, where you'll find out where ICFP'25 is, and the reception are all highly recommended. Other than that, take a look at the schedule and bookmark a couple of talks that interest you. So, in this game, the goals for our conference are to make a connection with Professor W, the head of programming languages at Bristol, and to get a feel for PL research, particularly BX. You guys ready? Oh, so ready. Let's go. Day 1. Oh no, guys, our flight has been delayed. Instead of landing the night before the conference starts, we've landed at 6 a.m. on the day the conference starts. And I don't know about you, but I do not sleep on planes. We're exhausted. We've just managed to check into our hotel and could still make the keynote. What should we do, guys? Should we attend the keynote, take a nap, or down an espresso and head to the keynote? So we're going to have a little vote. Who wants to attend the keynote? One person, lovely. Who wants to take a nap? Oh, you sensible, boring people. What about downing the espresso? Oh, yeah, we're going to down the espresso. So, we downed 3 of Italy's famous espressos, because 3 is the correct number, and we hope it's going to give us life. We desperately try to pay attention to the keynote, but we cannot. The coffee's making our heads spin, and ultimately, we collapse from exhaustion. Try again. So that didn't go very well. So I'm hoping, over the course of this talk, I can teach you how to do better. But in order to do better, we need to think about, what is good about attending a conference? What can we do well? In other words, why do we go to conferences? And I wanted to do a little brainstorming. So if you know or think of a reason that we might go to a conference, put your hand up and shout it out. And then I'll type it. Yes? To share information. Lovely. Ooh. Anything else? Yeah. Meeting people with the... Oh, dear. I'm really bad at typing. We had another hand at the back. Oh, it's the same one. Oh, then that one must be really important. I'll put an exclamation mark and maybe fix my spelling of culture. Any other ideas? Listen to talks. Listen to talks. Just like now. Yeah. Gain. Oh, I love that one. New perspective. Anyone else? Maybe some of the adults in the room?
I was hoping to meet Professor W.
Oh, me too. He seems like quite the guy. Yeah, Harry?
Go somewhere fun.
Go have fun, yeah. Oh. I actually went to see the famous Last Supper yesterday. It was pretty cool. I got a free ticket, though. I wouldn't have paid £15 for it. Anyone else? Yeah, again. Visit a new city, of course. Has anyone been to Milan before? No, yeah. You've been to... Put faces to names. That's a really good one. Ooh, pit. Any other ideas? Maybe from the more experienced in our audience and they know some higher reasons. Near the back? Get to be known. Very good. The opposite of putting the names to the faces. I like it. Anyone else? Yeah?
Start a collaboration.
Yeah. That's how important this one is, Harry. We know. Any other reasons? Oh, they're getting real big now. They're really important. Any other reasons we might go to conferences?
Exposure to different subfields.
Yeah. Oh, exposure to... One thing that we've missed, I think, is make friends. I certainly made a lot of friends with my bingo card. Any other ideas before we move on? Any burning ideas? Yeah. Free swag. Yes. Everyone go get yourself, that's the talk over. Go get the James Street shirt and then move on. Nice. I think that's a good one to leave it on. Let me just switch it back. Nice. That was really, really well done, guys. That was loads of really cool ideas. And obviously, that's all way too much for one person to do at one conference. So remember, we're only going to pick a couple of those things to do. So we've discussed what you guys think conferences are about, but what do I think? I'm the speaker, of course, what I think matters. So I actually think conferences are all about the people. I mean, ultimately, it's a huge gathering of people to share ideas. So while you may gain a lot by being a passive participant, I highly encourage you to engage as much as possible. Because I honestly think the more you put in, the more you get out. Although at this point, I have to confess, at my first conference, I did none of that. I just sat quietly and I watched and I learned. And then the next time I engaged. So if you want to do that and you're that kind of person as well, look how cute 2018 Sam was. She wasn't ready. But she learned, she watched. Next time, she was great. But yeah, ultimately, I think conferences are about making connections. In other words, networking. Now, networking is this big, scary word that intimidates people. But let's quickly bring back our brainstorming. How many of these things required social interaction? Have a think about it. I would say almost all of them, and things like have fun I certainly can have a lot of fun on my own, but I have a lot more fun with other people. So either you need social interaction to achieve these things, or they're better with social interaction. So networking, it's really not that scary. We're just social animals, guys. Yeah. So if you don't interact with the other attendees, why even have you paid, or your sponsors paid, so much money for you to be here? We saw in COVID that it was a little sad without the social aspect of conferences. Like I said, you get what you put in, and I honestly wouldn't be where I am today without social interaction. It got me my PhD. It got me my most successful collaboration paper. It's gotten me loads of really fun trips abroad. I've been to Beijing, I've been to Japan. And honestly, it's got me on this stage today. I wouldn't be here if people didn't, interact with me and think, oh, we'll put her on a stage. So this talk is ultimately about learning how to network effectively. But of course, as we saw in Conference Cadet, you can't network effectively if you're passed out because you drank too much coffee and didn't sleep. And also, if your social batteries run out, you also can't network. So another thing we're going to cover is pacing yourself. But I can tell what you're all thinking. Sam, what about the research talks? Well, it's not about the talks. That's my hot take of today. It's not all about the research talks. Okay, I am sort of joking. When I say it's not all about the talks, I say that with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, because obviously the research talks are important. And to be clear in this little section, I'm just talking about the research talks that are going to be over the next 3 days, not the PLMW talks. Please attend all the PLMW talks. We've like made them for you, so this advice does not relate to that. Just talking about the research talks, because they are important, but not for the reason people think they are. So talks should be an advertisement, not a lecture. They should tell you just enough about the paper to encourage you to read it. So I use talks accordingly. I use them to decide whether or not I'm going to read the paper, whether or not I want to connect with the speaker. Honestly, if there's a super relevant paper, I have already looked at the schedule and I've already read the paper. I'm just sitting in that person's talk, so I have an excuse to talk to them. I also use talks to see what people are interested in, see what they're researching about. So do not worry if you don't understand the talks. It's really not about that. They're not lectures, and this means you don't need to take as detailed notes. In lectures, I literally wrote verbatim. You're not meant to understand all the details, and you're not meant to remember all the details. All the notes I take from talks is just whether or not I want to go chat to the speaker and why, just a little justification of the decision that I made earlier. Also remember, the talks are recorded. It's literally the only experience of the conference that you can relive. The one thing you can't relive is the networking. And yes, I'm back to the networking again. That's what I think it's all about. I honestly think becoming friends with the presenter or having them as a connection is far more important than going to the talk or listening to the talk. But you've got to go to the talk to chat to the speaker. You can't just be like, oh, I wasn't at your talk, but I want to talk to you. You can't do that. You've got to go to the talk and say, I loved your talk. But of course, before we can do the networking, we've got to look after ourselves. So I want to make this really clear. You're not wasting any opportunities by looking after yourself. You are actually making the most of them because you're ensuring you've got the energy you need for the things that matter. Look after yourselves. So you do not need to attend everything. And again, attend all the PLMW things. But you can skip a session to take a break if you need it. You can opt out of networking if you're quite, social batteries run out. You can sit quietly in the corner. You can just have a small dinner in your room one night. I got takeout yesterday because I was so tired from my flight. And all of these options appear in Conference Cadet, and we'll play again later, and they're there for a reason, and they're there because you need to pace yourself. Let's take little baby Sam as a case study. So first of all, I'm an introvert, and obviously, as an introvert, my main tip for you is hide in the toilet. And I am only sort of kidding. So my standard tactic for each break is, number one, go to the toilet, and have a nice little break, check in with how I'm feeling, and just switch off for a moment, and then I know where I'm at. After that, I go head over to the drinks and snacks, partly because I need that caffeine and I want those snacks, but partly because it gives me something to do while I look around the room and I say, oh, is that a friend I made earlier that I want to go chat to? Or, ooh, the person I really want to network with, Professor W, is available. Should I go do them? And then I grab my snacks, and it's only once I've looked after myself, by getting the snacks and going to the toilet, that I decide what I want to do. So at that point, I still decide, do I want to go network? Or actually, after checking in with myself, do I know I'm quite tired and I'm just going to go sit to the side? So that's my little break tactic for you. And you'll see me doing it. If you see me going to the toilet, you know exactly what I'm doing. So another thing I found really successful in pacing yourself is rotating what you do. So if I spend all of lunch networking with people I don't know, the next break, I'm going to go find my friends and sit quietly because my social battery isn't that big. So I like to alternate what I do. I even go sit in talk sessions because I notice that my social batteries are really low. And I just sit in them even if I'm not interested in because it just gives me a little break. You're also welcome to go back to your hotel and have a little nap. I personally don't do that because I like to have my hotel like a 5-minute walk away so I can have that separation between the conference and my hotel, but it's up to you. You can go have a nap if you need. Another thing you may not know about me as the case study is I actually have fatigue. Well, technically, I have long COVID, but it boils down to the fact that I have fatigue. And this means I've got less energy than the average person, and pacing myself is more important than ever, because if I pace myself wrong, I basically become sick. But luckily for you, this means I'm really good at pacing myself. So don't be afraid to take a nap. You may not have fatigue, but you might be really jet-lagged. And let's face it, for most of you, it's your first conference. That can be really overwhelming and tiring, so nap it out. Also, don't feel like you have to do something every evening. Every evening, people will be going for dinner. You don't have to go every evening. You can have a night off, just watch some Netflix. So last ICFP, I watched an episode of Heartstopper every evening, and honestly, it was the best wholesome way to calm down after every day. It was great. And of course, my final tip is try all the desserts. So this is an option every lunchtime session in the conference cadet game, and it's my favorite thing to do. You know why? Desserts are delicious. Desserts have sugar, which I need a lot of. Also, rating the desserts, and I do this every conference, it's either a nice thing for me to do on my own and entertain myself, or it's a really simple social interaction. Now, don't get me wrong, I love PL, but I can't talk about PL all day long. Sometimes it's just easier to rant to someone about why coconut should not be in any dessert ever. So that's how I pace myself, and I hope there's something useful there for you. Next thing about pacing yourself, and I think this goes without saying, if you prepare for something, it's going to run smoother and be more enjoyable. So here are some things that you can still do today, maybe this evening, to prepare for the rest of the conference. So I recommend you look at the schedule and mark the talks that interest you. So the conference website has a really lovely feature that you can store the things you're interested in and then download that to your calendar. I normally overstar things, so my calendar's got lots of conflicts, but it means at the end of the break, when I'm deciding what to do next, I can see, I was interested in this, or I was interested in this. But I'm chatting to these people, what do I want to do based on this information? Some tips on what to attend today. Attend all the PLMW talks, please. And in general, you can't go wrong with a keynote. They're normally more broad than the research talks. So for example, last year there was one really interesting keynote on PL for climate change, which I really enjoyed. Another thing I like to do is support your friends. It's really lovely to have a friendly face in the audience, so I always go to the talks of people from my institution or friends that I've made along the way. And of course, look for talks that sound interesting to you or relevant to your research or your research interests. The second thing I suggest you do this evening is make a to-do list. So conferences are a huge whirlwind event. So before I go, I make a list of the things I absolutely must do, and I write them down and I tick them off as I go, because then, I don't forget them. Phew, we've made it. It's time to learn about the networking, guys. First of all, I want to motivate why we want to network. Like I said earlier, it has gotten me to where I am now. I also think that networking makes things much, much easier. So the more people you know, the more friends you have. And for me, personally, that means the longer my social battery lasts, because new people are way more tiring than old people. Second thing is it gives you a support system. So you get to make friends and meet academics outside of your institution, and they can give you feedback on your talk, advice, and sometimes it's just nice to get advice from someone with a different perspective. So gaining a support system outside your institution is really valuable. Another thing is networking can lead to a bunch of things. So it can lead to travel opportunities. You're more likely to set up a visit to someone's institution if you've actually met them. And if you've actually met them, you're going to feel way more comfortable to go visit them. So for example, I made a bunch of friends at a summer school from Chalmers, here at the back. And then I went to go visit Chalmers, and it was really lovely because I already knew all the PhD students there, and I knew I'd be looked after, and I really was looked after. So thanks, guys. Another thing you might get from networking is a collaboration. So a collaboration is much more likely to be successful, and you're much more likely to know if it's going to be successful if you've met them in person. There's no substitute for meeting someone for assessing chemistry. So for example, Harry and I had a great collaboration, and we met at a conference. In fact, we also gave a talk about collaboration at PLMW from Popple this year, so check that out online. It's on my website. So hopefully from these examples, you can see that networking is actually a virtuous cycle. And when do we ever get virtuous cycles that actually exist in life? Take advantage of it. We love virtuous cycles. So now you're super hyped about learning to network. I'm going to give you the first networking tip that was given to me. Take the hallway track. This is where instead of going to a talk session, you remain in the breakout area and you use that time to network. I think this is really worth pointing out because as an undergrad, you sort of automatically think, I must go to everything. In the same way you can take a break from a session to rest, you can also take a break to chat to people. And I often think it's easier to network in the hallway track because it's a little bit quieter. Okay, we can't talk about networking without talking about the general context that you guys are all going to be networking in this break, and that's these little talk circles. So in the breaks, everyone's going to be stood in these little circles, so I thought I'd talk about them. If you want to join them, please feel confident to join any circle. You're going to be really welcome. If people are having a serious research discussion, they're going to be off to the side and not in one of these circles. And then the 1% chance that you actually can't join the conversation, everyone's really lovely and they'll just politely tell you. So feel free to go stand in any circle. You can come and stand in any circle I am in. Please do. And I will make sure you're engaged as quickly as politely possible. In terms of the mechanics of how to actually join, here's what I do. I go stand there politely. I physically stand there. And then one of two things will happen. Either the current conversation will end, and then I'll introduce myself and say hi to everyone. Or maybe the current conversation hasn't quite ended, and I don't want them to stop on my account, so I'll wait until either it pauses, and then I'll introduce myself, or if I notice I can contribute to the conversation, I'll just start doing that. That's my tactic for joining the circles. If you're in one of the circles, be as welcoming as possible. You know what it's like on the outside of the circle. We can make it easier for everyone on the outside. And you can do this by physically making space for everyone that makes them feel welcome, inviting them to introduce themselves, or just introducing them to everyone that's already there. Speaking of introductions, sorry, Harry, this is literally the easiest way to meet people. If the idea of joining a circle is not fun for you, you can bypass it by finding an extrovert and getting them to take you into the circle and introduce them to your friends. Although extroverts may be rare in this case. But yes, I am more than happy to introduce you to anyone I know. Your faculty can introduce you to anyone. It is literally their job to help you network. So you can be like, please, can you introduce me to this person? Also, if you've made friends today, introduce them to your faculty, and they might return the favor. In other words, get your network networking for you. And hopefully these ideas can kickstart your network today, and you can start your virtuous cycle. I also came up with a bunch of prompts that you can use when chatting to people. So I've split them into technical and non-technical, and I honestly always prefer the non-technical unless I have a specific question for someone. This is because I came to realize this over the years of coming to conferences. Chatting to people isn't actually about impressing them with your, a grilling question on their talk. I actually think it's just being about being personable. I would much rather work with someone that I had a nice chat with than someone who grilled me on my talk. And honestly, for me at least, I'm normally too tired to get technical discussions in at conferences. I use conferences to schedule them, so I have the energy that, I want to dedicate to that talk properly. So here are my technical ones. What are you researching currently? what talks have you enjoyed so far? And for speakers, and again, this is Paulette's from last year's talk, and it's just for speakers, what's something you wish you touched on in your talk? Here are the non-technical ones. Have you been to Milan before? Do you have time around the conference to go sightseeing? Personally, I went to see The Last Supper. I hadn't been yet when I wrote the slides. What institution are you from? What's it like? What got you into PL research? Which dessert was your favorite? It's obviously the most important one. And of course, once you've chatted to someone, make sure you get their contact details so you can chat to them again. Speaking of getting contact details, one thing I think that's really forgotten about networking is it doesn't end when you leave the conference. I recommend each evening, just take a couple minutes to write down what happened in your day, who you met, and what you chatted to. You might think you're going to remember everything, but let me tell you, you're not going to remember everything. And you don't want to forget a conversation that might turn out to be important in a couple of years' time. Secondly, if you have exchanged emails with someone, make sure you follow up when you get home by just sending them little emails saying, "Hi, hope you got home safe. We chatted. Shall we start whatever we're going to chat about?" Nice. All right, guys. I've told you everything I know. It's time to play again. Hopefully, if we play the game, we can do better. So let's restart. And I just want you to put your hand up and I'll point at you and we'll shout it out. Otherwise, this will take forever. So we're ready again. Remember, we want to meet Professor W and get to know BX research. So, Harry, what are we going to do now? We're going to take a nap. Oh, that's so sensible of you. What a good idea. What time would you like to wake up for, Harry? Ooh.
Let's sleep till lunch.
I like sleeping till lunch because it means that lunch is kind of like your breakfast. So we sleep till lunch and we replenish 4 out of 9 of our energy. So we've got 4 energy, guys. It's lunch. How do we want to spend it? Do we want to make friends with our peers, network with academics, try all the desserts, or check in with how we're feeling? And if you just chuck your hand up and pick an option and I'll select it and we can kind of play as an audience. Yeah. Sorry? Just check in how we're feeling. What a good idea. So we check in with ourselves and our energy levels. So we've got 4 out of 9 energy and our social battery is 3 out of 3. So bear that in mind for the rest of the game. So the ICFP programming contest results will be during the last 30 minutes of lunch. Do we want to go? Nah. Well, that was what I heard, guys. I heard nah. So we continue enjoying our lunch. It's now the session on type theory. Do we want to go pay attention, take the hallway track, sit quietly somewhere, or go nap in our room? We've got 3 days of this. We've got to be quick fire. Yeah. Go socialize. Let's go take the hallway track. Love it. So we take the hallway track and we met 2 academics. Go us. It is now the afternoon break. Do we want to drink some coffee, network, try make some friends, go stretch our legs outside, or check with how we're feeling? What do we want, guys? Yes. So we've learned that we've lost 1 energy and one social battery since we last got there. So hopefully you're getting a feel for what things cost in the game. It's now the session on logical foundations. Do we pay attention, take the hallway track, sit quietly, or take a nap? Yes.
Pay attention.
Oh, good idea. We do at least need to go to some of the talks. It is now, so we go to the session, we go to the memorial, and we start to notice that we're getting really tired. So it's the ICFP reception. How do we want to spend the evening? Do we just go show our face and eat some food because we're pretty tired? Do we just relax with our friends and people from our institution? Or, do we go network? Or, I'm excited about this option. Our friend is offering us their drinks tokens. Could we have a fun night? Drinks! Oh, good idea. So we have a wonderful evening. With our confidence buoyed by the Italian wine, we make 7 friends. Hopefully we won't have a headache in the morning. You were very lucky on that one. Sometimes that doesn't happen. All right, on to day 2, guys. So our head still hurts a little from the night before, and we might have a little less energy today. What do we want to do? Do we want to go to the keynote or sleep in? Go to the keynote. Who cares if we're hungover? We're going to the keynote. We enjoy the keynote. It is now the morning break. Do we drink some coffee, network, try make some friends, go outside, or we see one of our friends that we've already made, should we get them to introduce us to someone else, or should we check how we're feeling? Chat to our friends? Wait, what to do with friends? This one, this. Let's get them to introduce us to other people. Oh, they introduce us to the people we're with. We meet 2 academics and make 2 new friends. It is now the next session. But while we're deciding what to do, we notice that Professor W is available in the hallway. This would be a really good chance to network with him. But suddenly, a student volunteer rushes up to us looking stressed. She hurriedly explains that she's part of the AV team and they could really use an extra pair of hands this session. What do? Do we take our golden opportunity to network, or do we help the student volunteer? So, are we gonna just go network, help the volunteer, or are we just gonna go to the talk because we really wanna go to the talk? Or is it all too much and we need to sit quietly or have a nap? Yeah.
Probably help them volunteer or something.
That's nice, that's really nice of you. So we help the volunteer from the AV team. And whoa, it turns out that she's Professor W's student. And because you helped her out, she's gonna introduce you to him at lunch. You spend lunch with them both, making an excellent impression on Professor W. This is the best you could have hoped for. Nice decision over there. Always help people. So the student research competition is during the last 30 minutes of lunch. Shall we go? I see some nods. Of course we're going. That sounds like a lot of fun. We attend it and get inspired. It's now the next session. What do we want to do? Pay attention, hallway track, nap, or sit quietly? Sit quietly. It has been a bit of a whirlwind day. We take a nice little break. It is now the afternoon break. Do we want coffee, chat to our friends, go network, try and make some more friends, go for some fresh air, use the friends we already made to network more, or check in with how we're feeling? That's a lot of options. Yeah. That's a good idea. We are hungover. So we got 4 out of 9 energy and 3 out of 3 social battery. Yeah, we can go party again. So it's the next session. Shall we go? Hallway track, sit quietly, or have a nap? Huh? Yeah, let's go. We need to go to some things. It turns out that this session has 2 talks related to bidirectional programming, and one of which is from one of Professor W's students. Amazing. You love every minute of it. It is now the business meeting. Shall we go? Should we call it a day, or should we get some networking in? Oh, you heard it here first, guys. Always go to the business meeting. So we attend the business meeting and we find out where next ICFP is. It's somewhere amazing. It is now dinner time. Shall we go socialize? Because socializing in the evening is the best way to make lasting connections. Or should we have fun this evening with some of our friends? Or should we have a chill evening by ourselves? What was that? We should sleep in. Let's do it. So we have a nice chill evening by ourselves. On to day 3. So the keynote again. Should we sleep in past the keynote, or should we go to it? Go to the keynote, yes. Of course we're going to the keynote. It is now the morning break. Hopefully you know the options by now. Which ones should we do? Come on, guys. Yeah, let's make some new friends. I love friends. So we introduce ourselves to some, you guys found me on the first run. So we introduce ourselves to some fellow students. One of the students we made, Sam, mentioned she isn't particularly interested in the next session. And her and a few friends are going to go see a pretty arch nearby. Do you want to go with Sam? Of course we do. I'm the speaker. Of course we want to go with Sam. You go with Sam and her friends, and it's a lot of fun. As you walk and chat with Sam, you learn that her supervisor is Professor W. And she's going to make sure that you definitely make a good impression of him, on him. So she does just that. It's now lunch. So there's a DEI lunch specifically for your underrepresented minority. Do you want to go? Yeah, of course you do. It's going to be great. So you go to the lunch, and it's so rewarding and inspiring to meet all the lovely people there. And it makes you feel really at home in this community. You meet 5 academics and make 4 friends. This is going to be a really high-scoring run, guys. So it's the next session. What do we want to do? Hallway track. Yeah, we haven't done that in a while. We meet 2 academics. Go us. It is now the afternoon break. What do we want to do now? Come on, someone. Coffee! Good idea. We are in Italy. We drink some coffee, energizing ourselves. It is now time for the next session. What do you guys want to do? Pay attention. Yeah, we do need to go to some talks. It is now dinner time. What do we want to do? Network, have some fun with friends, or relax. Network, good idea. It is the last day after all. So we spend the evening networking over dinner, and we meet 4 academics. Do you want to see how we did? Congratulations, you made it to the end, and that is an achievement in itself. In terms of the conference goals, we really achieved them. So we met Professor W, we exchanged contact details, and we impressed him because we helped his student who was doing the volunteering. We also attended the session with the 2 BX talks. And you're laughing because we tried 0 dessert. Don't worry, I'm sure there were desserts at the DEI lunch. So we attended 6 sessions, met 15 academics, 15 friends, 6 fun memories. We got 3 ideas from the conference, but we didn't try any of the desserts. Personally, I'm gutted, but overall, you did really well. So you got a score of 75. Please, I'm going to release this at the end, and you can share how you did. My current high score is 84. We'll just switch back to the talk and wrap up. Whew, that was a whirlwind tour, but I hope that you now feel more prepared for the conference, comfortable and confident. And I also hope that you're going to pace yourself so you can indeed be comfortable. I also hope that you feel equipped to create and execute your conference plan. So again, I've just told you loads of things that can be achieved at a conference and how to achieve them. But don't do them all. Just pick a couple of things you want to do. So maybe you want to make a friend, introduce them to your faculty, and they can do a return, and you want to have fun just because it's your first conference. And because it is your first conference, it's really nice being at your first conference because you don't really have any responsibility. It's unlikely you're giving a talk or people know you, so you can just sort of sit back and enjoy it. So please do enjoy it. And then each time you come back to conferences, and please come back, I hope you love it and you want to come back, you can grow each time, setting more and more ambitious goals. And like I said, these slides are on my website and you can look back at them to help decide your goals for next time, if you do come back. Now, go make the most out of ICFP. Thank you. If you have any questions, and we'll actually get a mic to people now.
Yeah, questions for Sam. I think we can probably all hear you in the room, but for the benefit of the recording and stream, it would be great if you could either come up to this mic, or I can, if you're too far away, run over and hand you this mic. Come on, there have to be some questions.
I was just very comprehensive.
It's true. I love the game.
Please play it. Please scan the QR code. Like I said, my high score is 84, and if you tweet, I'll see if you beat me. Let's scan the QR code.
It's always, someone should ask a question. So what are you doing in the coffee break?
Oh, well, so it's slightly different when you're a speaker. I'm actually going to linger here in case people are too nervous to ask questions outright. But then I'm going to go to the toilet, walk over to the snack table, get myself some snacks and tea, and then I'll decide what to do.
Yeah, so I think Wouter touched a bit on this in your answer. So if you're giving your first talk, you should linger after the talk.
Yep.
Could you give any advice on that?
So I actually I have a hidden slide. I don't know if I can get to it. No, not that one. Ooh. No. I thought it was going to be one of those people that had the slide ready. But so I do have a few tips if you are giving your first talk. Make sure you wear something distinctive. Ooh. You think you're going to recognize people from their face, but really I just remember that the person I want to speak to is wearing a red top. So try wear something distinctive. Lurk after your talk, because there'll be loads of people in the audience that are too shy to go on the mic, and then you can chat to them there. I just make sure I'm very available after my talk. So I gave a talk last year at ICFP, and I wore a green top, and then the next day I also wore a green top, just to make sure that people could find me.
What sport do you play?
Yeah, so I went around telling you all I was an athlete and I represented my country. My sport is actually Quidditch, or now called quad ball. But I was captain of Team Scotland, so I'm definitely an athlete.
So I know I felt like my first conference didn't go so well, and I was very nervous about it. And then sort of over time, I got more into it. How many conferences did you feel like it took you to feel like you were like comfortable in an area?
So my first one, I was super nervous, and like I said, I didn't really do much. I made friends with my roommate, and we literally went to things together and stuck as a pair, and I really found that really helpful. My second one, I was actually really sick, and I was giving a student research talk, and I was really nervous, so I did not feel like I was there. So maybe, and then it was COVID. So that was a couple years of weird. But when we came back, I think ultimately I was really excited. So let's not count the COVID ones. Let's go the third one. Oh, there's one over there.
Simon.
Oh.
Yeah, this is more of a comment than a question. Thanks, Samantha. It was that I think it was very interesting just when you said, has anybody questioned? This was quite a long silence. I think it's really good to be the person who asks a question, but that needs a bit of preparation and it needs a bit of courage. So, and it's not just to get yourself noticed. It also, if I'm listening to a talk and think I might ask a question after this talk, it makes me listen with a sort of intense focus that I'm not going to be reading my email. But another thing is, if it's a not so senior person giving a talk who hasn't given a talk before, it can be that pause, right? You were fine, right? But that pause is a difficult one for them. It's a very generous thing to do to be the person who asks you a question. And the other thing is that if you get in the habit of doing it, people get to know, he's the guy who asks all the questions. And then it gives you a place to start afterwards in a conversation. So there's lots of advantages, but it does, I think it takes a little bit of work, a little bit of preparation. You might have to script yourself. Think of it during the talk. Don't wait until Stefan says, has anybody got a question? While the talk is happening, think, what am I going to ask? And then you may not have time, and it may be fine. But that's actually worth a bit of preparation, I think.
Did you also notice how there were loads of questions after the first person broke the ice? So that's another reason it's really useful.
Exactly. This was a trick I learned in teaching training the first time I was a teaching assistant in grad school. If you wait, count to 10 before you move on after you ask if there are any questions. 10 seconds is a really long time for people to sit in silence without asking a question. Somebody will do it just to break the ice. So thank you. Yeah.
There was one over there, I think. Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions for talking about your own research?
This is something I've not mastered. So I've mastered giving the layman's description to like all my friends and family who are like, what do you do? But here everyone already sort of knows. Ask me after the break and I might have a, but like I said, I just tried to be personable and happy. So I suppose I bypassed it. And then by the time I got to giving a talk, they were like, oh, it's that nice girl. Oh, wow, she's done a talk. That's cool. And then people asked me about that. So that's just what I did.
What's your brain thought when you're running late? Train thought, sorry.
My train of thought when I'm running late. Oh, I'm a type A person. I'm never running late. I think I'm running late if I'm not half an hour early. So I suppose I do get stressed and I think, oh, I should walk faster. But then I'm like, oh, it's Italy. I'm just going to be really sweaty if I walk faster. So probably a normal person's train of thought, but I'm not normally late.
as someone who is habitually late, I can also give my answer to that question. So, well, if I'm the speaker, I make sure I'm not late. If I'm not the speaker or the session chair, I might be 5 minutes late getting to the conference center in the morning. Walking into the keynote 5 minutes late, be quiet, stand in the back, like don't disturb anybody. But people will do that. I do that all the time. Or if you get there and you see, oh, there's too many people already standing in the back, I'm not going to be able to get in without making a commotion, take the hallway track during the keynote.
Thank you so much for your talk. It's very inspiring. You mentioned something about COVID, and I wanted to know, like, how did that affect your research or something like that?
Quite a lot. So I started my PhD in March 2020.
Yeah.
So I then proceeded to have not a normal week. I was in for my first week, and then we were sent home, and then I was fine for like a couple months. But you know, it's really hard to, like, you literally spend the first year of your PhD like getting lost and just reading things and not knowing where to start, and then this magical thing happens, and then suddenly you know what you're doing. So I had to do that in lockdown, and then I got sick for like 4 months. So quite impactful. But I've learned a lot of ways of dealing with it. I found that being really open about it really helps, because then you find people may not also have fatigue, but they may have something else. And if you're realistic about what you can achieve, it's a much better working experience. So my supervisor's been absolutely amazing, and I just say to him, I'm dying. He's like, no, please just go rest. He knows that if I rest, I'll be back and I'll be good. So just being open about it is really helpful.
Great. I think we have time for maybe one more question.
Hello. Do you have any advice on how to balance networking and meeting new people versus following up and developing more deep relationships?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It will depend on your goal of the conference. So if you haven't secured your studentship, I wouldn't put your eggs in all one basket, but you might want to have, say, 3 deep connections with an academic that you might want to ask to be your supervisor. So you can establish if they're going to be good for you and they remember you. If you don't have a goal like that, maybe just meeting lots of people. So personally, I'm not really a lots of people kind of person. I made good friends with my roommate at PLMW, and we did everything together, and I introduced her to my faculty, and that was about it. So it depends on a lot of things. Your goals, the type of person you are. You want to mix what you want to achieve with what you're comfortable with. And that's sort of the essence of the whole talk, I suppose. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to take away from the break and your first opportunity to put all of this into practice. But like Sam said, if you have more questions for her that you didn't get to ask, she will be sticking around. We'll be setting up for the panel up here, but don't mind us. Otherwise, go out and get coffee, unless you're one of the people who checked off that you don't like coffee. I don't understand you people.
And scan the QR code for later.
Yes. And we'll see you back here at, I believe, 11 is the next session. Yes. And of course, yes, thanks Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to stand here in the middle.
Okay, and then I'm going to pass along the mic.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's right.
yeah,
And somebody else can as well, because it's physically close to the center.
Oh, yeah, sure.
There's always one nearby.
Okay,
It's really only for the benefit of the online people.
okay.
So I'm going to say, just ask your question anyway, and I'll repeat the question, and the online people will catch up. Otherwise, it breaks the flow too much.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. I'm just going to get some more water. Okay, yeah.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session at PLMW, and it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Simon Peter Jones. I don't think he needs much of introduction, but I will do one anyway. So he's currently an engineering fellow at Epic Games since 2022, and before that, he spent 7 years as a lecturer at University College London, and 9 years as a professor at Glasgow University, and 24 years at Microsoft Research Cambridge. And Simon is broadly interested in lots of language design and implementation and applications, and among many things, he is one of the key developer and contributor to the Glasgow Haskell compiler. And I always love Simon's presentation because he is so energetic and entertaining, and I'm sure you will know what I mean after this talk. And Simon will be taking questions during the talk, and I will be passing the mic around, so if you have a question, just raise your hand. So Simon, take it away.
Okay, good, thank you. Thanks very much, it's great to be here. I've never done this before. That is, I have read a research paper before, but I have not given a talk about how to read a research paper before. I've given many talks about how to write a paper, so this is a new experience for me. And I've arranged the room in a sort of more circular fashion, because this is a topic about which nobody has a monopoly on truth. And I would love to hear from you about your thoughts and opinions and comments as we go along. Don't wait till the end. And in fact, my goal is that after 20 minutes, I'll be done talking. We can just have a conversation with each other. And indeed, there are quite a few senior people in the room who can heckle and say, no, just ignore everything Simon says and do this instead. So that's why we're facing each other, because I don't want it to be a kind of like a hub and spoke model for an airline, but more like a sort of network thing. We talk to each other, not just talk to me. Okay? Yeah, that's right, but I'm going to fade away. My goal is that I can more or less disappear, leaving only my smile behind, like the Cheshire Cat, and you will have a good time together. Okay, now, there's not enough chairs, but there's one, two. The reason there's not enough chairs is they cost €4 each to have new chairs. That seems a bit stingy, don't you think? Well, anyway, so there's a few at the front here, so please come and join us, if you like, and enjoy sitting at the back. Now, right, and so here's the plan then. I'm going to do a little bit of kind of trying to seed the conversation by suggesting 7 simple ideas that I have distilled out of when I started to think about how do I read research papers? And then I hope we'll turn into just a discussion with each other. So I think we've got 40. It's for the people online, so it's a courtesy to them, but I don't want that to interrupt our flow. So just start to speak, ning, ning, and somebody else take the other microphone to be physically the other side of the room. Here, Matthias, here, that's great. So get your microphone as soon as you can, but don't let that stop you, right? We're just going to have a conversation together. Good. Okay, so here is my first thought about this. I'd like you to read research papers with joy, right? Approach it in this sort of positive attitude. Look, a paper is like a gift that somebody... A few minutes ago said, oh, I sometimes read papers just to learn how to write. Yeah, so just to try to, because again, your advisor may say, this is a well-written paper, learn from it. Good thing, okay. But the trouble is that even with all this in mind, there are too many papers, right? It's overwhelming. And the trouble is you can feel crushed by this. You can feel like a worm, right, under this tidal wave of intellectual, amazingness. But the thing is, you just got to start somewhere. One a week, one every 2 weeks, just start chugging. If you try to, do everything once, you won't do it. So read with purpose. That was the second thing. Right. What's the third? Usually trying to set up the problem they're trying to solve and perhaps sketch a little bit about how they're going to do it, but more particularly, good introductions have a bulleted list of contributions. I'm highly opinionated on this score. If you think I'm going to be a reviewer of your paper, make sure you have a bulleted list of contributions in your introduction, right? Bullets, right? So there is no doubt in the author's mind no doubt in the reader's mind what the author thinks the contributions of the paper are. Okay. And key examples, contribution, problems, yes. Okay. What do other people think? So anybody, what do you do in your, I think probably many people have this algorithm, do a quick read. What else do you look for? Yeah. Keywords.
Keywords.
Keywords?
Yes.
What sort of keywords?
For example, if it's a problem about encryption, you might be looking for encryption methods and stuff like that.
Right. So keywords that are of interest to you. Right, so if you're interested in quantum computing, you look for quantum, right? And actually, key anti-words are also good. If a paper mentions security in the introduction or the abstract, I generally think, okay, I'm not going to read that. Mainly because I think, it's a really interesting and important problem, but I'm so glad that other people are interested in it, because then I don't have to be. Anybody else? Yeah. Samantha, go.
Yeah. I look at the code or the maths. I think, okay, I've got the idea of the problem. Are you solving it the way I think you would? And you can sort of get that by looking at the different code snippets and see if they're doing what you think they're...
The code, actually the program code.
If they've put snippets in, or if it's maths or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Related work. So if they have a section where they sort of discuss this is how this links to everything else, that I skim that to try and see, is this actually related to what I thought it originally was?
I see. You're not really reading the related work because you want to understand it. You're interested because it may point to something you already do know about. And you think, okay, so now they're showing the connection to something. Yeah, good. Thanks. Anyone else? Yeah, go. Ed, and can you pass the microphone to the back?
Sure. I think this kind of goes a little bit past the skimming part, but like the thing I do when I first grab a paper is I look at all the things that they purport to need. They say, oh, I need X and Y and Z in order to do this, or whatever it is, whatever those assumptions are. And I try to knock one of them out. All right, I look through the rest of the paper to see if they actually used them all, right? Because more often than not, you can usually get away with pulling one of the legs off of that centipede and see it still crawl.
I see. Dead code elimination.
Yes.
Dead assumption elimination.
Now that goes past skimming. That would be the next stage.
Right, thanks. Stefan?
So for older papers, I like to look at the papers that cite it and figure out what context they're citing it in, and so what do other researchers think is important, are the important ideas from that paper.
And do you have a mechanism for doing that you regularly use?
not well. I always
citation.
Yeah, I always struggle to find. I mean, most databases will have the forward citation link. I always struggle to find it though. They don't usually make it obvious.
The ACM Digital Library.
ACMDL has its. I should just remember exactly what sequence of buttons to click in the ACM Digital Library to do it, but it is there.
Good. Anyone else? We're still on skimming. Yeah, please.
Sort of related to what was said a second ago, I like to look at what are the limitations, like what in the future work section, it's usually laid out nicely.
So even in skimming, you look at future work.
Yeah.
Along the same lines, the first paragraph of the conclusion is a very good thing to skim, because the introduction will often set out, here's some interesting problem, and it's the first paragraph of the conclusion where you say, and we've solved that problem, and that problem turns out to be hard, and that's unsolvable. And like, to what extent did they actually meet the thing they set out in the introduction is often you don't find out until the very end.
Oh, so you read the conclusion?
Like, skim it, yeah. I was flick to the end and see what's there.
Interesting. So I generally don't read conclusions because in my experience it usually says, well, we said we'd do all this and sure enough we did. And so I haven't really learned anything. In fact, what I have learned is that it takes precious column inches. So I no longer write conclusions on my papers, I just stop.
Oh, I already have a mic, yeah. Thanks. So I kind of do the same thing. I think the problem is actually the most important thing. I think usually when I listen to a talk or when I read a paper, I really try to understand once I've understood the definition of the problem, I spend most of my time on that, more maybe even than on the technical meat, because once I understand the specification and I understand this is the design space, then usually that helps me decide, do I really want to go into the technical details and understand the typing rules and the proofs that they've done? Or is it, that's one of the key takeaways that I try to get from the paper is what clearly defined problem did they manage to solve? And that helps me determine whether I want to go on to the 3B, so to speak. Yeah. So before kind of deciding whether you were going to read a paper line by line and understand all the typing rules, put as much time as you can into understanding why the authors wrote this paper.
What is the problem you are trying to solve? And you, as a reader, should be able to answer that question. Yes. Yeah.
I wanted to say that I kind of agree with going to the conclusion. That's often the second section of the paper that I'll read. Sometimes authors aren't, they don't put that nice little bulleted list of contributions, and so I'm left at the end wondering, okay, what did you do? And that's a nice place that they will sometimes sneak at the end, this is what I've accomplished. But also, if I'm a little bit confused, they will sometimes restate it in a more useful way if the introduction had some issues, and then that can kind of back up or kind of confirm, did they do what they said that they did, or kind of is it a little bit different? So that's a good kind of check before going on to the next step.
Okay, keep that.
So I'm not sure if this counts, but sometimes instead of skimming the paper first, I go for the talk slides and see if I can make sense of the first few slides, and then I skim the introduction.
That's interesting. You look at the slides for the talk. My experience is, for what it's worth, is that the slides for the talk are almost meaningless without the soundtrack, and the soundtrack takes too long. But if it works for you, go for it. Like the using that.
Sometimes I look at the theme or the philosophy of the paper. So not just what problem they're solving, but why it's a worthwhile problem to solve. So we're taking a bit of the PR landscape and we're making it more usable or generic or efficient. And so what's the general family of philosophy of the research, if that makes sense?
That sounds like a deep question for a skim read, but good on you. Okay, one more, yeah, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, on the same topic is looking if we're benchmarking on stuff like that in the paper, which in a way prove that there is an implementation application of a result, or if it was written in a more theoretical mind of view.
Yeah, so going to, did I put results yet? I said perhaps results, and so for a theory paper that might mean what theorems do they prove, for an implementation paper it might be what benchmarks do they have. If those make you salivate, think, oh, I wish I could do that, surely that's impossible. That's a great motivator. Yeah. Okay. Oh, one more. Matthias, yes. Is that on? Yes, or maybe I turned it off.
Yeah. So, I also look at the authors, right? If it's like someone that I know is doing something related to my work, I'm like, yeah, I should probably know about this as well. It's not the final thing, but it's often good. Yeah, okay, this I like this style of paper, so I usually check that as well.
Yeah, all the sugars is important too. Yeah. Good. Okay, one more. Yeah,
I have just a couple more words there, which is, we were talking about benchmarks just a second ago, right? To me, I look at the benchmarks to figure out how much I should care. And the reason is really the fact that I can spend an unbounded amount of time optimizing a thing, and if I can see in this paper that they only get 2% for all of this effort or whatever it is, I will usually shut my brain off, or I will figure out and put a bookmark on it and stack rank it with the other things.
Or even actually, I often think if I look at one conference, one PLDI conference, in which every paper says I get 20% improvement, you think 20% to the power of 40, which is PLDI papers, that would be like, you know, so sometimes even to get, as you say, small improvements takes a lot of effort. Yeah. And other thing for benchmarks, this is a little ancillary. When you're reading a paper, when you're thinking about improvements, numerical improvements, be careful about the baseline, right? If you've got a very, low bar and, a lambda calculus interpreter and you made it go faster, that's not very interesting. You want to say, I've got the best compiler in the world and I made that go faster. Otherwise, you're optimizing for the wrong thing. And that happens surprisingly often. Okay, so skim read, now deeper read. So I still think it's worth limiting. Give it an hour, a good hour, but don't just get completely stuck. And be prepared to give up if you time out. That's my longer read. What did I say? Oh, now on to something else. Anybody else got anything to add to this? Ron.
So just to add to what you said, one of the don't stall and read linearly go together really nicely, because sometimes the thing you need to know that you're stalling on, you'll find out later if you just keep going, and just the ordering of the paper might not be right.
That's true. Yeah. More often you would hope that the author would put the things you need earlier, but not always, as you say. Yeah. Yes, please.
The assumption that you should read linearly, you are assuming that the others also wrote linearly, and this might not always be the case?
So, no, I'm not assuming that the authors wrote it in that order, but they intended you to read it in that order. I never write a paper linearly. I'm sort of all over the place, but I'm all the time thinking about a linear reader, for what it's worth. Bartosz.
Yeah. So I always read a paper with a piece of paper and a pencil. Take notes. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Keep going.
Okay,
keep going. My goal is not to say anything more today.
Right. and often I kind of rewrite the paper, because I often have my own notation that I'm used to, and I'm just going through the paper and translating it into my notation. Plus, I'm drawing a lot of pictures, diagrams, and stuff like this.
He does that when you do in-person explanations for him, too.
I mean, you have to bear in mind, you have to correct for the fact that Bartosz is an extremely clever person. Not everything that works for Bartosz. You look like an extreme outlier here. Go, Matthias, no. Anybody else? Wants to say? I just want, in this deeper read, the fourth thing I wanted to talk about is reading critically, right? So I think over me is good. You will all have mechanisms that work for you, but use them actively. Yeah, Phil.
You're probably going to say this, Simon, but feeding those scribbles back to the authors if you're reviewing or if they're colleagues really, really helps them because they've written the paper knowing what it says, and what's useful for the authors is to know what someone reading the paper didn't understand and where things are out of order or unexplained.
Yes, and this is a frequent failure mode for reviewers, is that if you ask a friend to review, I ask Phil to look at my paper, and he comes back and says, well, you know, on page 3 there's a missing question mark. I think, I don't need you to tell me that, right? I need you to tell me that on page 3, line 3, that's where I got lost. I just lost your third there. I was with you until then, but reviewers don't do that unless you really ask them to. This is friendly reviewers, your friends who, it's a little side thing about reviewing. Yeah, anything else about reading critically? So nothing about reading critically. Oh, sorry, Richard, yes, here, go.
Sometimes, you know, thinking about taking notes, sometimes I find that translating is helpful. And I you know, so if there's a paper that's based in some programming language and, you know, like it's something about Scala, and it's like, oh, I would understand this better in Haskell. So I'll translate their work into Haskell, say, and then that will give me a better understanding of what they're doing.
Yeah. And it reminds me, too, that you were talking about looking for code, that I often look for the typewriter font in a paper. So, you know, I zoom ahead until I have an actual piece of program. No, not mathematics, no Greek. Yes.
It's more of a question than a comment. So at the first point, you mentioned this failure mode, and do you find this changes over time? Does it get easier for you?
No, I tell you, it remains a failure mode. But I think I frequently feel, oh, Simon, if you were just a bit clever, you'd have no problem with this. But it no longer makes me feel inadequate or unworthy, perhaps I should say. It makes me feel a bit frustrated. If only I could get this, right? And clearly the authors have got, there is something clever going on here. I wish I could get it, but I don't feel, therefore, I am unworthy even to be in the room. So, and that is I think, the corrosive emotion, right, that we want to avoid. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I also do feel like some ideas just take time, to understand properly. So sometimes you just need to read something, then take a break, think about it, and get into it later. And so you have this illumination that, oh, yeah, okay, I understand how it works. Like, it's not always... You don't have to understand the thing on the first try, right?
Yeah, so
right.
Indeed.
Right.
I'm not going to say anything about pass 4, but pass 4 is when you decide to commit to a paper because you're
right.
really interested, and that's when you do the repeated things you're saying. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Ed, go.
Yeah, to the earlier point about translating it into another language or into your own notation, right? For me, I'll just translate it into Haskell, from Haskell, no matter what. Like whatever they gave me. But like the reason is you know, like I'll typically like add invariants, right? Like to me, those are where I get power. Like I realized earlier I talked about taking them away. Take away the ones that they assume and just impose my own, right? Like I'm only going to do this for integers. I'm going to do it for something stupid and obvious, and therefore. What can I get away with? Because now I've got extra laws available to me. What can I use to simplify this? What can I strip it down, get it down to the minimum possible viable piece of executable code that I can see operating right in front of me?
Right.
Yeah, also this failure mode doesn't matter that much. So I have, for example, a paper that is pretty much fundamental to what I do. So I work with data types which are fixed point of functors. And I had no formal category theory schooling, so I didn't know what that meant at the beginning. So I had some proofs I had to do, and I could do the proofs, but I didn't understand why they were there. And it took like 2 summer schools of distinct category theory lectures to approach the point where I could read the original paper with understanding it and not just skipping over the whole technical section. But it's still fine. I was still able to do the work, even though I didn't understand how it worked underneath. So the failure mode is not that bad.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, at the back, is it Lee? Whoops.
I don't know if this is just me, but I find another common failure mode is I lose sight of the original problem. Like I develop a stack of sub-problems as I read through the paper, and then I forget what the original problem is. And sometimes if I just ask myself what's the original problem that they're trying to solve, then the thing that's confusing, the thing that I get stuck on or I stall on becomes clearer.
Good. So let me segue to idea 5, which is
The luxuries we have in computer science that you can replicate the experiment, right? So that really helps me sometimes.
you can execute the paper. Good. So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess the thing that Richard said reminds me, like, I feel like I take a similar approach to like reviewing code is like, oh, could I implement this better? Oh, maybe not. Like, this is like the best way to implement it. So I think that you can apply that to the code as well as just like the writing.
When I'm just sort of thinking, well, I wonder if I'm interested in this, right? I'm forced to. And in some ways, that's lovely, because you think, I really have to do this. So then I think it's helpful to think, what am I going to get out of this review? Or how am I going to express my opinion of this paper? So here's my little plan. A short evaluation, and then a series of bullets kind of addressing the larger issues that I think about the paper. I often will do this at the end, right, in retrospect, so I don't do this right at the beginning. And then a clearly delineated section that's more or less, on line 472, you have this variable s, and I can't find a definition of it. What is it? Or maybe this is just a plain typo. Or, there's lots of things, or lots of detailed suggestions, which are still very useful to the author, right, but which it's helpful to separate off from the larger issues. The larger issues are typically the ones that are more valuable to the reader, except for the smaller ones saying, I got lost at this line. At this point, I was with you, and now I'm lost. That's really helpful. And do not be ashamed to say that in your review. You are the reviewer. You are the person who they are trying to convince, and you must tell them where you stopped being convinced. That is a generous thing to do, provided you do it in the right kind of, did I say something about language? Yes. In the right kind of language. Right, so if you say, this is a terrible paper, it's badly written, and the authors were clearly, asleep half the time, that's a destructive thing to say. But if you say instead, I got lost in section 3, and I really did try several times to understand this section. I was with you until then, but I really got lost. I wonder if you are trying to say this kind of thing, or maybe I didn't see a list of contributions, but I wonder if you meant, I think your main contribution of the paper, having read it, is this. Do you agree? You know, and if so, could you say so more clearly? Then you're providing not just critique, but also a way to respond to the critique, right? You're making constructive suggestions. So I don't want you to be less critical, but speaking in the first person means that you're not saying your paper is bad or you are wrong. You're saying, I don't understand how you are right. And by implication, it's your job to convince me, the reader, any reader, that you are right, so it's useful information to you. So I think that softens the impact. As a recipient of a review, it's very painful to hear, you know, apparently well-qualified reviewers slagging off your paper. So a bit of care with language is real help for the reviewers. Not pulling your punches, but being careful how you phrase them and personalizing. Almost it's your shortcoming. I'm really sorry, I'm just not clever enough to understand this. That's still useful. Okay, what else did I want to say here? Often reviews, you're asked to sort of summarize the paper, and I generally devote little or no attention to that because the paper should be its own summary, the introduction. So I find it's a bit of a waste of time in a review, unless you feel the paper has not summarized its own contributions well, in which case you can say, I wish you'd summarized contributions better, and here's what I would say. I put here, try not to be wishy-washy. So often we're on an ABCD scale, and it's very tempting to go for B or C. Now, and sometimes that's the right thing to do, but always think, couldn't I possibly say A, right? This is actually quite a good paper. Yes, it has shortcomings, but it is a very cool idea. And I think the authors could address the shortcomings in their revision, you know? So, or alternatively, you may say, it's just never going to get there in this round. You know, I'm giving you a D, but you know, there are things I really like here, but I don't know, it's trying to promote a dialogue, actually, in this case, with the other members of the program committee, right? You can fight with them. If everything's B's and C's, it's all sort of, so there's a bit of this, a bit of that. Now, last thing, time. So reviewing papers can be very time-consuming. I tend to, these days anyway, I think I did less so when I was at an earlier stage of my life. I try to time box. I usually do, you know, about an hour's solid read of the paper, and at least an hour, probably 2, writing a review, and that will probably mean going back to reading again. But not a whole day for a paper, right? I just think that's too much to ask for reviewers. You get burnt out reviewers, and you think, I don't want to review this paper. And it is, remember, the author's job to convince you. It is not your job to spend, you know, a significant fraction of your life trying to elicit what the authors are trying to say. That's it. Sounds harsh, but it is, I think, it's the truth. So I think you'll get worn out reviewing if you take it too, you know, if you don't sort of time limit it. That's my advice, for what it's worth. Yes, Phil.
I think 1 hour, I'm sure, works for you, Simon. If you're reviewing your first paper, you probably need to more or less double that when you start out. Second question, you talked about evaluation of the paper. Does that include situating it in the current body of research?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I was thinking when I wrote that, which was my opinion as a reviewer of, is this a, you know, sufficiently large contribution to knowledge that I would like to see it at the conference. Now, if it's completely ill-situated, for example, if it has an absent related work section or fails to cite work that seems to be very relevant and maybe even seems to do the same thing, that's a big black mark, right? Because then the authors appear to be ignorant of something that is directly relevant. That would be a situation. But if you think, it is amazing, but I do wish they'd drawn the connection to this other work, I might just say that in the review, but still give it a high rating. Do you see what I mean? Yep. Yeah. Let's go.
Yep. Difference is, you know that the review is due in a few weeks and you have 7 papers that you all need to read. And for if you accept a review for a journal, you know that it's a commitment, and it's a long-term commitment because you might get a new version of the paper that you need to review also. And then I try to be more critical in accepting reviews for journals because it's a longer commitment, and I spend much more time on journal reviews because I get asked because I'm an expert. I get handpicked in a way by one of the editors, and then I only say yes if I know I can do the paper justice. So there's a there's a difference there as well. And I can imagine if you're more junior, you maybe don't get asked as much, but you get asked because you're an expert. And like Phil said, you need more than 1 hour because you really want to understand the paper. Yeah. Thanks.
The whole 1 hour thing is really, you have to decide your time. I'm just saying limit it, right? It's not an open-ended bottomless pit, or you'll just burn out and you'll feel inadequate and all the rest. Yeah, go.
You mentioned that don't summarize the paper as a reviewer, but I found that when reviewers summarize my paper, I can immediately tell whether I've communicated that idea clearly or not. So as a reader, I find it useful.
Oh, so that's a good point. So your summary of their paper might be helpful to them, and you have experienced that. Yeah, that's fair enough. I suppose, as a reviewer, I've got finite bandwidth. So, and maybe I was partly trying to say that I'm saying, I think these are the contributions of your paper. Maybe that was my way of saying that part. Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, to me, it also sometimes is helpful to also just leave if I review a paper, I also like to leave it and finish the review the next day or 2 days after. Sometimes, especially if I find the paper confusing, I have negative emotions that disappear after some time. So I find that I'm able to write a much more objective review, and after giving it some time, it subconsciously kind of stews inside me, and sometimes I also understands the concepts better. I'm able to give better suggestions, I think, and yeah, just write a more objective review, I think, after some time. Then if I just read it, maybe find it confusing, and then immediately say no, this is I do not understand this.
Yeah.
Reject.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, maybe you're one of these people who they go to sleep at night with a problem and they wake up with a solution. I wish I was that kind of person. I go to sleep with a problem and I wake up while I still have a problem. Anyone else? This is all I'm going to say about reviewing, I think. Yeah, Samantha.
I wanted to build on you choose your language carefully to be nice to the reviewer. If there's something in the paper that I think is really good, sometimes I'll just say, I really liked your paragraph on page 5. Because if you've got a review of typo, got lost, it's just nice to get oh, that bit was nice. Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah. Thanks.
Something that I find very helpful when I'm writing a response to a review is if there's very concrete questions that you can easily quote. So instead of saying maybe, I think the main contribution is this, is that right? I'd prefer it if the reviewers wrote, is the main contribution X? Because then you can quote this and directly answer it in the response.
Yeah. I thought by way of illustration as I was preparing for this talk, it might help just to put up an example review that I wrote a couple of years ago. I checked with the authors. They're happy for me to, this is Umut Akar and his colleagues, about parallel programming. But just as a way, it's because we can talk about things in general till we're blue in the face, but it might help just to see a little bit concrete. So this is my sort of top-level summary, strong, polished, well-written paper. This was a paper that I was keen on, we accepted, so I chose this review. Principled approach, pretty decent implementation, excellent stability. Then I did do a little bit about summarizing what the problem was. Lots of specific comments. And I said main concern. So this is what I meant about the sort of bulleted big issues. So here the big thing was, this paper was about determining whether if you've got parallel threads, can you have pointers between the parallel threads? Because if you have no pointers between the parallel threads, you can garbage collect them separately. And they have a dynamic test for this happening. And I was questioning here, is a dynamic test enough? You're claiming, so I try to be concrete, right? You're claiming, line 183, that you relieve the program from complexities, but actually, do you really? And so I think it's okay to ask questions like this and then say, if you, let's see, what did I finish up this paragraph? Failing to acknowledge these difficulties makes the reader suspicious, better be upfront. So I'm trying to offer concrete feedback to the authors to say, if you just bring all this to the surface and say what you do and what you don't do, that's much better than letting the reader be suspicious about it. I had a little bullet here about they measured very low overheads, right? Their runtime test didn't cost much. And here I was asking, what's the limit case? Could you write some programs in which the thing was extremely expensive? And they didn't say anything about this. So this was all of my, I think this is still all the bigger issues. And then I went into a whole lot of line-by-line smaller issues. And this is all This is all one review? Yes. Oh, no, actually, that was all the bigger issues. Now we're into smaller comments, there are only 3. That was one review. So, but you can see that that took me, I'm sure that took me at least 2 hours to write. And this was also a paper that I said, I always take longer to write the review than reading the paper, because I'm always going back to the paper when I'm reading. And also, this was a paper that I liked, so I'm sure I overinvested in this review, right? Some are shorter. But I just wanted to give you some kind of concrete sense about I'm going about reviewing. I've got one last thing. Yes. I want to say one last thing, and then we can just have general to and fro. Oh, no, we're at time. I've got to stop. I've got to speak very, 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 very fast. Talk to the authors, right? So a conference like ICFP is an amazing opportunity to actually engage in conversation with the authors, right? So telling an author that you enjoyed their paper is always good. Even famous people love people telling them that they enjoy. I love it when people tell me that they enjoyed one of my papers. It's just a thrill. It really is. So do it, right? And this is by email. You can also, you can approach people by email a little bit less, but if you've got something specific to ask, it can be helpful, and they'll often respond. Not always, but sometimes, maybe even often. But particularly at a conference like this, make the opportunity to talk to the authors, right? People at a conference like this was all about the networking thing. And so the one thing I wanted to add to the networking thing is, having done your homework, read their paper, been to their talk, then when you go up and introduce yourself, which you should do, maybe you can get somebody to introduce you, maybe not, but then don't just say, oh, you're terribly famous and I'm a worm and it's great to meet you, right? You want to say, I really enjoyed your paper about this. It seems to have a little bit to do with what I'm doing, and then ask a specific question. Now, it's not that the specific question is to show how clever you are. It's a way into a conversation that gets past that initial moment of awkwardness in which neither of you quite knows what to say, right? So you've expressed general interest, you've been nice to them, but you're saying, could we just start here? And then maybe that will lead to something, and maybe it won't. But it means that it's not awkward. Then it's easy for you to either segue into a deeper conversation or to say, I'm just going to get some coffee. Either way is fine. But I do think it's a good idea to have a starting point that is quite concrete and specific, that's to do with their work, not yours, right? Because they are interested in their work. They're not yet interested in your work. They will be polite. They will express interest with a bit of luck. But a good hook is to ask something about their work. And sometimes, just occasionally, it will turn out to lead to a long-term, fruitful collaboration that will change the course of your life. You can't predict that. But it can and does happen. Okay, so I'm done. Thank you. We had a lot of to and fro. I just want to mention this last thing again. Use your experience as a reader to inform your work as an author. If you read papers with this interrogative, almost not quite aggressive, but certainly wrestling attitude, you will write papers differently, I think. Right? Because you will write them for that kind of reader. Okay, good. Yes, we don't need to do this because we've had plenty of discussion.
Yes, and in the interest of time, maybe we will take one question.
And the other thing to say is I'm going to be here the whole week, so please come and talk to me during the week. It'll be lovely to meet more of you.
Hi, thank you for this lovely talk and overview. I want to add one more thing. So you talked a lot about reading papers that have been published or are under review, but I would really encourage you all to read each other's drafts before you actually send it to a conference. So a lot of the things you said about reading critically, right, that can be a draft that somebody else has written because it makes ultimately the paper better before you send it off. So I think that's sort of a different dimension of reading. That is a gift. That's right.
To your friend, you are giving a gift of your time to read this paper when it's still a bit ill-formed and help them make it better.
That's right.
Let's thank Simon again for this great talk. Our speaker, Harry Goldstein, I pronounced it correctly, who is currently a postdoc at the University of Maryland, and he received his PhD early this year from the University of Pennsylvania. And Harry's research has been on property-based testing. And I must say I'm very impressed by Harry's profile, especially the number of papers he has written, especially given he's still a fresh PhD graduate. And he is a recipient of a Distinguished Paper Award at the ICFP 2023 last year, and a new one at ICSE, International Conference on Software Engineering this year. Both about property-based testing. And today, Harry is going to tell us how to thrive, or rather, how to thrive as a PhD graduate. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Yes, I am Harry Goldstein. I'm a postdoc at the University of Maryland. I did my PhD at the University of Pennsylvania with Professor Benjamin Pierce. And yes, today I'm going to talk about my PhD compass. And importantly, this is not a trail map or a checklist or anything like that. It's not a complete list of things to do or kind of points you must hit. A PhD is just too personal for that. Instead, what I'm hoping to give you is a compass, some kind of directions to go in to keep you on track as a PhD student. I hope some of you are new PhD students or planning on being PhD students, and I hope this is helpful for you. I want to start with a quick disclaimer. I think there's a few reasons why it's worth listening to the advice I'm going to give you today. I had a good time during my PhD. I had fun, and I'm glad that I did it. My PhD was, by some kind of standard metrics, successful. I published some papers, I went to conferences, I did the things that people try to do as a PhD student. And I was invited to come here, and you're already sitting here, so you might as well listen to what I have to say. But there are a few reasons you should take what I have to say with a grain of salt. First, survivorship bias is a real thing. At things like this, at events like this, you're mostly going to hear from folks who were relatively successful. And that's a problem because I might give you advice that says do X, and someone who dropped out of their PhD might have done X, but you're probably not going to have heard from them to know that that advice could go both ways. And so just keep in mind that survivorship bias is real. Also, I think success in academia in general requires quite a bit of luck, and I think I've been quite lucky. And also, I have quite a bit of privilege. I'm a cishet white man, and so your experiences may be different from mine when it comes to certain challenges, and I just want to acknowledge that. And finally, every PhD is different, and so my advice might not generalize. Although for this, I actually do have a solution, which is you should listen to other people who've given similar talks to this one. So talks like this happen at pretty much every ICFP PLMW and also most of the other PLMWs. Sam Westrick has been giving a talk like this for the past couple of years. Amal Ahmed has one too. Go check those out. Their experiences are a little bit different from mine. You can get a more balanced perspective. So without further ado, we're going to get into the kind of 6 directions that I'm going to point you in. And the first one is to know what you're signing up for. Now, all of these pieces of advice are kind of aspirational. It's impossible to know before you start a PhD what you're signing up for. You really have to find out while you're doing it, but there's things you can do ahead of time to know better. So a PhD is a huge commitment. It's a commitment in a bunch of different ways. So first of all, it's a huge time commitment. In the US, it's often about 5 years or more. In other places, it's maybe less, but you have to do a master's. Either way, it eats up a big chunk of your time, and so you should be sure that that's what you want to spend your time doing. It's also a big monetary commitment. Even though often PhD programs will pay you a stipend, in computer science, it's just naturally true that there's opportunity cost in terms of pay to do a PhD. Now, with all of this commitment, you get benefits. And first is that the PhD unlocks quite a few things when it comes to job opportunities. So things like academic tenure track faculty jobs, research jobs at government labs, and industry research jobs all often require a PhD, and that's a good reason to do it if you're sure that those are directions you want to go in. And also, I think the process is often rewarding and hopefully fun. I've met lots of amazing people during my PhD. I've done research that I was really excited about. And so I think this is, it's a great opportunity from that perspective. Now, another thing in terms of kind of knowing what you're signing up for is that a PhD isn't just more school. There's a kind of misconception sometimes, I think, that PhD is undergrad plus plus, but I really don't think that's true for a few reasons. First, in a PhD, classes are not that important. You're there both to consume knowledge and to generate it, which is quite a bit different from undergrad, where most of the things that you're going to learn, someone has figured out before you. Also in a PhD, projects are going to last months or years, not just a few weeks like in undergrad. This means that if you're working on a project that you're not having too much fun with, you might have to just sort of push through and keep at it, instead of throwing it away at the end of the semester or at the end of the week and saying, well, next week I'll work on something different. This is not a bad thing. It means that you get to work on projects longer term and get more done, but it can be hard to keep at one thing for a while. Also, and this phrase is courtesy of a friend of mine, Cassia Torkson, no one's going to give you a good grade in PhD. You PhD students often get grades. They don't mean anything. The actual measure of success as a PhD student is a lot more kind of situational and personal than that. And so you need to be able to find motivation other than the report card at the end of the semester in order to know that you're doing well. And I'll talk more about how to find that motivation in a bit. Finally, you're not supposed to know everything. In undergrad, there's going to be an exam, and you have to know everything for the exam. In a PhD, you are probably working in an area where you can't know everything because some things are open problems. And so managing uncertainty and being comfortable with not knowing is really key and really important. My final bit of advice in terms of knowing what you're signing up for is to try taking a gap year. I think Sam was talking before that she did that. I did that. I worked for a year between my undergrad and PhD. There's a few ways to do it. I actually got my PhD position, deferred it, worked for a year, and then started. But other friends of mine have just gone to industry, worked for a while. And actually, that's even better in terms of knowing what you're signing up for because it gives you time to really research what folks are doing and get a sense over time of the kinds of research that particular advisors are working on. So if you're really not sure, you can try taking a gap year. Any questions so far? Does this first direction kind of make sense? Cool. Yeah.
What do you do when a project fails? What do you do when a project fails? Like, do you publish why does it fail?
Oh,
or?
I will talk about failure later. Don't worry. But thank you for the question. OK, my next piece of advice is going to be about productivity. And it's to work the way you work best. Productivity is a highly personal thing, especially in research, where it doesn't quite match the kind of cadence of a normal job that well. So I'll talk about a few aspects of productivity, but one to start with is when should you be working? This came up in the panel, I think, earlier as well. I think a reasonable place to start is a 9 to 5. It's a reasonable separation of work and life. You'll be free at the times that your non-PhD friends are free. And it's kind of a good kind of baseline standard. Now, knowing the kind of people who do PhDs, you might shift that to 10 to 6 or something like that. Not as many early risers in my experience. But I also encourage you to play around with weirder things. So there's good research that shows that people aren't always productive at exactly the same times. And so I found during my PhD that my best productivity hours for focused work were between 8 and 11 a.m. and 8 and 11 p.m. That's right after I get up or right before I go to bed. And by noticing that about myself, first of all, I was able to kind of work in the times when I was most effective. But I also didn't feel bad if I was playing video games at 2 p.m. Right? That's okay. I was working during the hours when I was most productive, and I wasn't trying to be productive during the times when I knew I wouldn't be that productive. I just encourage you to try to learn this for yourself. It can be super helpful, especially when you need to do like a lot of very focused work, like as a deadline's coming up. Now, of course, with all this discussion of time, I should point out that I actually think success shouldn't really be measured in terms of time, but instead should be measured in terms of effort. If you spend effort on a thing and make some progress or get stuck, if you've kind of worked through your problem, it doesn't quite matter how many hours your butt has been in the chair. I'm going to repeat some advice that Sam Westrick gives in his talk because I hadn't heard it said out loud before. But if you put in 3 solid hours of work in a day and you're tired or stuck, just stop. Go do something else. Work on a different project. Do your laundry. Do something else because if you hit a wall and you're tired, you're just not going to be making that much more progress after that. And I think once I accepted this, I was able to balance work and life quite a bit better, I think. So don't worry about exactly 8-hour days every day. I think that the point is to be putting consistent effort in over a longer period of time. My next point when it comes to working the way you work best is organization. There's a lot of information to manage as a PhD student. You have your research, you have notes about meetings, you have all sorts of things like that. And I think if you are able to keep things a little bit organized, you're going to have an easier time. Now, some people are organization resistant. That's okay. What I'm going to do is tell you the things that I think are the most critical for you to keep organized, and then you can decide if you want to organize the rest. The first is to take some notes during meetings or right after meetings. This is really important as a courtesy to your advisor and your collaborators. You don't want to forget what someone said in a meeting and have them have to keep repeating it to you. And you also want to make sure that you're capturing this to make that time worth it, because meetings are, take a bunch of effort and time. Also, jot down the things you do during the week, just short bullet points, so that you can tell your advisor, your supervisor, what you've done. This is a thing that I've heard from a lot of kind of early PhD students, is that they get to their meeting and they say, I haven't done anything this week. And you absolutely have. You've been spending that time and effort. You just need to remember what you've done and where you got stuck so that you can actually talk about it with your supervisor. And finally, I think the most important is a calendar. This, even I think the most organization-resistant PhD students I know have some form of calendar. You have a lot of appointments and a lot of meetings, and a lot of these are with people who are kind of important. And so not missing those and being able to manage that effectively is really important. Now, if any of you are like real productivity nerds, I have quite a few apps and other things that I use. I have my whole system. I decided that wouldn't be worth spending a lot of time on in this talk, but if you're interested in that kind of stuff, I will talk your ear off about it later. I think the more important thing is that you have some kind of a system that works for you. Finally, on productivity, productivity starts with taking care of yourself. There's no sense in optimizing your note-taking strategy if you're not getting enough sleep. So taking care of yourself, your physical and your mental health is the first thing to keep you productive. Everything else really comes after that. Any questions on working the way you work best? Okay, we'll have time for more questions later, so we'll get into that. Next, find and foster a strong advising relationship. Your advisor is one of the most important professional contacts you will have during your career, especially if you're going to stay in academia, but even if you're not. Your advisor can do a bunch of things for you, so the most obvious thing is that they're going to help guide your research. But actually, they're there for a lot more than that. They can advocate for you at your university, connect you to other academics to start collaborations. I'll talk about collaborations more in a bit. And they can also recommend you for future jobs, especially if you want to stay in academia. This one's incredibly important. And so it's really important that you and your supervisor are on the same page. And so in order to kind of stay on the same page, I'm going to give you kind of two sets of advice. I'm going to split this in half. One for if you don't have an advisor yet, and one for if you do. So if you're looking for an advisor, here's some quick advice. First, ask what they're hiring for. Some advisors have a specific project in mind that they want a student to work on. Other advisors are hiring a bit more flexibly. The reason you want to know this is because some advisors won't be super upfront about this, and I've seen students get into situations where they think they're going to be doing a PhD on whatever they want, and actually they're doing a PhD on a pretty constrained thing that was already decided for them. You can absolutely ask questions about this, and you should when meeting with potential advisors. As much as advisors say, like, we want to protect students from the realities of funding, my experience has been that those realities are just a little bit too complicated for students to always be insulated from that. Next, look for someone whose interests, personality, and work style work for you. This is hard. You can and should have many conversations with a potential advisor, ask them about their advising style. Some advice was given on this at the panel as well. Do your best to find someone who you really think you can work well with. And finally, believe current students about their experiences with an advisor. I can't count the number of times that I've seen students not believe what they were told about a person being difficult to work with or sort of difficult in other ways. You're probably not built different. It's just the facts of life. And so if a student is telling you their advisor is a problem, you should believe them. Now, if you already have an advisor, you should make sure to be checking in regularly for feedback and high-level guidance. It is very easy to walk into a meeting week after week and give research updates only, but that's not all your advisor's there for. They're there to help you with the higher level goals of your PhD as well. And so make sure you're having conversations about, how am I doing? What do you think I should be doing next to achieve my goals? Just don't forget to have those conversations. If you don't understand or if you disagree with something your advisor is telling you to do, ask why. Don't sort of aggressively challenge their authority, but ask why they're asking you to do this. I had an experience with a couple of friends of mine. Their advisor told them to take a class. They were like, we don't understand why. I said, well, what did he say? And they hadn't asked. It turns out the advisor had forgotten what classes the students had taken, advised them to take some classes. There was a whole mix-up. It all could have been avoided if there was just a little bit more back and forth on that. And I think the most important point with managing your advisor is to address things like conflicts as they come up, find a communication style that works. Your relationship with your advisor is like your relationship with any other human, which is that communication is the hard part, and you need to figure out a way to do it effectively. It's easier said than done, but you should do your best at it. I have a couple of brief points for if you have an advisor and it isn't working out. This is a much more complicated topic, and so I don't want to go too deep into it. But one thing from my experience is that if there's a topic mismatch, if you feel like the topic you're working on just isn't something you're excited about, I really encourage you to earnestly try to find things you like about the topic. I started my PhD not liking the topic that I had. I spent a while trying to get out of it, trying to find other things I could do. Eventually, I came back to it because I found the part of it that I was really excited about. And I think that I'm really glad I did that, and I think that that's a really good strategy. You can also try to find related topics or ask if you can change projects, or look for a co-advisor. That one's a little bit trickier, but it can work. I've seen it work for people. If there's a personality match, that's trickier. If it feels safe, you can try communicating about the issues. But I think, especially for folks who want the academic track, if you have a serious personality clash with your advisor, if you really can't work with them, it's going to be hard to get their good letters of recommendation and things like that down the road. And you may not want to deal with that. So you might want to look into finding an alternate advisor. For more on advising, I recommend Steve Chong's talk from POPL PLMW 2023, Care and Feeding of Advisors. There's lots of other advice on this too. I didn't go into nearly the amount of detail that there is on the topic. Okay. Next up, consider collaboration. Now, this piece of advice is inspired by the title of a different talk, which Sam mentioned earlier today. Sam and I did a double act at this year's POPL PLMW, where we gave a talk on collaboration about our collaboration. I think it is slightly ironic that we're both giving talks at this PLMW and not collaborating, although we actually did. We were trading slides back and forth like that, so no one's going to keep us from collaborating. I'm going to just give you like a quick speed run of that talk here, but I encourage you to watch it if you're excited about collaboration. Collaboration adds new ideas, expertise, and perspectives to your research. While it is not always easy and takes work and effort and energy to maintain, I think if done right, it's really the core and crux of what good research is. I think collaboration is the most fun way to do research. I think it's often the most effective way to do research. Some folks do great work on their own. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think collaboration for a lot of people is really the way to go. Quick anecdote on some collaborations I've done. This is actually not the story that has to do with Sam. I'm sorry, Sam. So in spring 21, this is about 2 years into my PhD, I was getting a little bit nervous because there were a bunch of potential paths ahead of me, and I didn't know which one was right. I also had a feeling that there were paths that I didn't see, but I didn't see them, so I couldn't tell if those were going to be important paths to try to take. And Andrew Head, an HCI researcher, assistant professor at Penn, had just started, and my advisor Benjamin encouraged me to go talk to him and try to collaborate. Through my collaboration with Andrew, I was able to prune some of the search on potential projects and clarify some of the things that I was missing. And that collaboration turns out to be one of the more successful things that I did during my PhD, and none of that would have happened without that collaboration. And I'll close this little subsection with a ridiculous graphic that I did for the Consider Collaboration talk. Yeah, it was Sam's idea, I think. Any quick questions on collaboration, if you have them? I just... Cultural barriers, is that...
Yeah, so you have I'm going a bit back to the advisor part. So when you have an advisor and you have lots of cultural barriers, which exist in most cases, how do you go about this? And yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so this is a deep and complex topic that I don't feel super comfortable speaking off the cuff about. But let's chat later about that because I think it's really important. There's also, in terms of collaboration and cultural barriers, there's a whole section of the Consider Collaboration talk that Sam did about collaborating across cultures. So that might also be helpful.
On the same way, it's a comment about finding an advisor. It's not possible in every country because academics not prepared for this, but personally, I highly recommend testing the advisor beforehand if you can. It's, in my personal experience, last year I did an internship with someone at the end of my master and just didn't work. And luckily, my school gave us an extra year to be able to test multiple people to choose our PhD advisor if we want to do a PhD. And this makes a great difference.
Yes, that's a great idea. It's very difficult to tell from just conversations if you'll work well with a person. So testing, if it's possible, great idea. Okay, I'm going to move on to my next kind of direction, which is to manage projects optimistically. Maybe at the beginning of your PhD, your advisor will give you a project and a deadline and things like that, but eventually you'll be setting your own path and figuring out what you're going to do by yourself. And when it comes to that, my advice is to, when planning projects, manifest success. Act as if things are going to go the way that you'd really like them to, as if the thing that you hope will happen, and plan accordingly. So there's a few ways you can do that. First, start writing before you've nailed down all the details of the work. I often start writing as soon as I have any ideas, even when I have a problem but no solution. This is important for a few reasons. First, you don't forget how and why you did things early on. It's easy by the time you get to writing things up to forget what you did at the beginning. But also, it really gives you a head start in thinking about how to present the work and how to tell others about what you've done, which is ultimately going to be a very important part of the research process. Next, choose a venue like a conference or journal before you have a result. Usually in the first few weeks of a project, I've said, this would be cool for ICFP. Let's try for that, or some other conference or something like that. It doesn't mean you're actually going to end up publishing it there, but I think having a paper and a place that you're going to send that paper as a goal is a really good way to motivate you. And I've heard people kind of bad-mouthing this approach, saying like, you should just do good work and the publications will follow. And like, maybe that works for some people, but for me, I'm much more motivated about the idea of presenting a cool thing to my friends at a conference and having in mind what that conference will be. So I try to kind of have this in mind early. Also, another way to be optimistic is to go for deadlines even if you're not sure you can hit them. Quite a few times during my PhD, when there was a month or 2 months until a deadline, a project kind of came together at the last minute, and we went for it. Sometimes we made it, sometimes we didn't. But usually, even in the going for it and failing, there's a lot to be gained there. And finally, consider new projects that seem cool, even if you aren't sure you have time right now. You can start a project, start thinking about things, start taking notes on an idea, start talking to potential collaborators before you're really ready to work on the project. This lets you hit the ground running when you actually do have time, and you're kind of solving problems in the background once you know that this is a problem that you actually want to solve. The way I didn't start my PhD this optimistic, so this is my advisor, Benjamin, and the way the conversations early in my PhD went were often something like this. I would say, there's obviously no time for us to do that thing. And he would say, are you sure? Like, we could try. And I would sort of, jump up and down and say, no, blah, blah, blah. And he would just sort of sit there and stare at me for a bit. Until finally, I said, oh, fine, we'll try it. And for a while, I thought this was him sort of pushing me too hard as a student. But there's another key to this optimism thing. And Benjamin really did believe in this, which is when planning projects and manifesting success, it's okay if you fail. If you set an aggressive deadline and then miss it, that's okay. If you manifest submitting to ICFP and you submit to a smaller workshop instead, that's still great, right? The point is not to push yourself beyond your limits. It's instead to make sure that when something is within your limits, you are trying to achieve it. Now, on this point of failure, this is not enough to say about failure. So I have a whole final piece. And the last piece of advice I'll give you today is don't panic. This is by far the one that's the most easy said and the least easy, much easier said than done. Because getting a PhD is hard. This is not an easy thing that folks are signing up to do. And you're going to fail sometimes during this process. I can't think of anyone who didn't have any rejections during their PhD. If anyone knows of anyone like that, let me know. But I can't imagine it. And in the interest of being transparent about failure, I'm going to share some of my failures with you. This is a picture of me from a rejection party that we had at Penn. We printed out a bunch of things that were rejected, and we taped them on the wall, and we took pictures with them. It was great fun. And these are a bunch of failures. These are a bunch of papers that I wrote and submitted, and they didn't get in, or fellowship applications, or grants. It didn't work out. But the thing to remember about failures like these is that they aren't final. So this is what happened to this work. Almost none of these things truly fell on the floor, and I didn't get anything out of them. The majority of these things that I failed at eventually, after retrying and putting more work and time and effort into them, worked out. And so the thing to take away from this is that failure is often temporary. And so the kind of not panicking and knowing that after a week or two of thinking that everything is the worst, you can pick yourself back up and say, okay, we'll try for another conference, I think is a really critical skill for an academic. I have one more anecdote, a little more specifically on failures, which is my worst ever conference review. I do testing, and the review says that it's a bad paper about random testing. That wasn't fun to read. To add insult to injury, they said, I want to accept it into the Haskell workshop, but reject it from ICFP. It was rejected from the Haskell workshop, too. Now, the funny thing about this is that this paper was accepted the next year at ICFP as a distinguished paper. And this is not even the only paper I've heard that story about. Other people with distinguished papers have told me, yes, that happened to me too. It was rejected a couple of times before it was accepted. And lots of good work went into this paper in between the rejections. It got better and better. We learned what story we were trying to tell, and eventually the paper got published. Now, none of this is to say that the sort of reviewing culture in academia is not a little bit broken. There are some problems with it, for sure. But just remember when you're getting reviews back, if they're not what you'd like, it may be much better next time. The big takeaway is a bad day or week or month doesn't mean you won't succeed at your PhD. So please don't panic. I think that's going to be it for me. These are my 6 pieces of advice. This is my website. If you want to know more about me, my contact info is there. I would love to take more questions, and I'll be around for the rest of the conference. Please do talk to me. I would like to be the kind of person in the community that folks feel like they can just walk up to and talk to about things, so please do come up to me and chat. Thank you.
I just wanted to do the first question to break the ice. Yeah, so because you suggested this kind of 3-hour work thing, but what about more extreme things, right? So, because I know people that they'll work really hard for 2 days and then do nothing for 5 days, and then. So, but you have any thoughts about that?
I think what you mean exactly by do nothing is really kind of important. I think I have had many, many, many days during my PhD where I did nothing. And that's not just weekends, it's days where I tried to do work and got nothing done. This is totally normal, I think, for research work, especially. If you're finding that there's a significant pattern to the fact that you're really not able to work many, many days, I think this is a problem to consult a mental health professional about. But I think that my point about there's no right and wrong cadence of work as long as you're getting what you want to get done is sort of my take.
So I wanted to ask, do you have any advice for how you manage convincing yourself that you need to manage things? So like handling that whole yes, I should be taking time to take care of my mental health or whatnot. And I'll do that just as soon as this is done because I don't have time to do that right now.
I'll say this is one of the hard parts. It's very hard to remember to take breaks. I think having people that you are accountable to for that, getting your friends involved, making sure that the people around you know that you need to take a break and help you to enforce that. But yeah, it's really hard. I mean, I certainly haven't taken as many real breaks during my PhD as I should have, I think. I think there's a kind of ongoing struggle there, but it's the kind of thing that it's worth struggling with because you will just burn out if you don't do something like that. So yeah, I don't have much concrete advice there besides good luck. It's tricky, but it's worth trying.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk. It's very encouraging that when you say before you get paper published that you got rejected, even if it's a distinguished paper or such. So I believe the paper you eventually got accepted and got awards, sometimes it's no longer the same paper that you submitted when you got rejected. So can you tell us more what you do in the middle? What is the key thing you think you should do the packaging to make the paper actually succeed?
That's a great question. I think it's a paper by paper thing. I think the thing that happened with this paper, which by the way is also Sam's distinguished paper, is that we found the case study and the use case that sold it. So we didn't change that much of the kind of technical contribution, but I think research is a lot more than just the core technical contribution. It's also convincing people that it's a useful contribution, convincing people that there's a reason that technical contribution should exist. And so sometimes the change is in the story, the motivation. And so one thing that we did over the course of the way this paper was edited was read a lot more in the area to see if we could find problems that this could solve, and also talk a lot more with other people in the space to see if they needed this thing. But that advice won't generalize. I think it's all the things that make a good paper, but just continuing to do it after you've submitted the first time.
Thank you.
During your successful PhD career, was there anything that you regretted doing?
I'm sure there are. I don't have things off the top of my head. I mean, I feel like the point I made at the very beginning about luck, it's one of those things where if anything had been a little bit different, I might not have been in the situations that turned out to be the ones I needed to be in. So it's just the butterfly effect here means that like any regret is potentially, you know, if I were to redo one thing, I just have no idea what else would be different and how else things would have changed. So I don't think I have I can't point to a particular thing.
If you happen to if a project goes very south and you realize that it isn't feasible anymore, what do you do with all that work? Do you have you happen to document it or post it or something like that?
Yeah, so this is a great question. There's a few of the things that didn't end up getting republished somewhere. I still have kind of in the background, and occasionally, you know, there's a draft up on my website, and people will occasionally ask about it because they come across it, and I guess I just sort of hold out hope that one of those times they will bring me the use case or the technical nugget or something like that that would turn it from a failure into a success, and then, you know, someday later there's another thing to publish. But I think it's also just totally okay if you, like, it's research. It's going to not work sometimes. And so if a thing really isn't working, sometimes you put it off to the side and never come back to it, and that's okay.
Okay, I think that's a wonderful discussion. As Harry said, he will be around for the conference, so we can take more questions offline. And thanks, Harry, again for this great talk.
Thank you.
Hi, it's me again. So that's the end of the official program for this PLMW, but I'm really hoping the discussions don't end here. We had a whole lot of great advice today. Hopefully you were able to take a lot of it in. Even when it's not a long day of very technical talks, it's still a lot of people talking at you for a day. So take a while, let it process, and if you have questions or more advice that you want, or things that pop into your head tonight or tomorrow or for the rest of the conference, keep in touch with the speakers and with us. All of the speakers, I think, said some variation of that they're happy to hear from you, and if not, I will say it on their behalf. So really, please feel free to keep in touch. We don't speak at or organize PLMW if we don't want to help mentor people. So, you know, I'll speak for myself. I am in 45 minutes done organizing PLMW, yay. But I'm not done mentoring, and this is really part of how I want to give back to the community. So really feel free to talk to me or anyone else that you've seen here. or anyone else that you haven't seen here. If you see somebody who's really successful and you want to be them, I resisted the urge during the panel to ask Andreas my question of how do you end up doing what you do, just being an independent researcher? I guess he kind of answered it. But so yeah, and you're never done learning, and you should feel free to ask people for advice. I've never had anybody say that they really don't like interacting with more junior people in the community. I don't know anybody who would respond that way. Also, keep in touch with each other. I've heard from many people that the PLMW was a great way to get a foothold in the community these are the same people that you're going to be seeing at every conference for the rest of your career. So you have a great group of, cohort of junior conference attendees now. Find each other at future conferences, keep in touch with each other, and you already have a network going. So please do that. If you need more advice, even after talking to the speakers for the rest of the conference and writing to us, I will say, since Harry mentioned it in the talk, the odd thing that we asked both of you to give talks, but not the talk that you gave together. We were aware of the talk you gave together at Popple. No, we also found this to be funny on the organizing committee, so I thought I'd mention it. A couple of reasons. I mean, one, we wanted more talks, but also, as you said, that talk is online. So we wanted to give new advice from new people who haven't necessarily given this advice publicly before, because if you want to get Harry and Sam's excellent advice on collaborating, go to YouTube and watch their talk. I've watched at least pieces of it, and it is excellent. Or, like I said, just ask for advice. Future PLMW talks. So if you got funded to attend this PLMW, generally there's, I think, not a hard and fast rule, but generally most PLMW instances try to give preference for scholarships to people who haven't been funded to attend before. That being said, if you happen to be at a conference in the future and you say, hey, these PLMW talks look really interesting, there is no rule saying you can't still go to PLMW talks, even as a more senior person. We saw many senior people walking in and out of the room today, and I'm sure I speak for all of us senior people, even though I'm still in some ways a junior person. But I say, yeah, you're never too old to get new perspectives on this kind of thing. So with that said, enjoy the rest of ICFP. Please do keep attending talks, keeping in mind all of the advice you've gotten today, especially the advice on how to navigate ICFP. And yeah, so I just want to keep to throw in a few logistics details. One that probably a lot of you who got funding to attend ICFP are probably wondering about is the logistics for reimbursement. If you haven't already gotten an email with logistics for that, look for one soon from Naringa. Most kinds of reimbursement questions should probably go to Naringa. The organizers, myself, Ning Ning, and Thomas, can probably answer some more general questions, but the nitty-gritty details of how you get reimbursed, Naringa is handling that. Let's also have, she's not in the room, but just a round of applause for Naringa for organizing all the logistics of that. And of course, not just PLMW, but all of ICFP and the other SIGPlan conferences. So do email us, especially Naringa, but you can CC the rest of us with any questions about that. And do also make sure to follow up. If it's a month from now and you haven't gotten any information or you're still waiting on a particular reimbursement, please do let us know. We really don't want to have anybody not get the funding that they were supposed to get just because they didn't keep reminding us about it. We are all busy people. We drop things on the floor. Please don't let us. In the interest of continuing to share student experiences, I will say I did that with my first conference. I followed up with, this was actually my undergrad advisor's administrative assistant several times, never actually got the reimbursement check, and then eventually just said, okay, yeah, you know, I'm making enough money as a PhD student now that I can kind of handle it. So I just dropped it on the floor. Please never tell, I won't even say who my undergrad advisor was, but you can find it online. He would be mortified if he knew, even now, like 14 years later, that happened. Don't let it happen to you. Please be more assertive than I was. So the last piece of logistics, and speaking of reimbursement, one thing that you do have to do for reimbursement is fill out this survey. So that's going to be the last thing that we have time for today. This survey is mandatory if you got a scholarship to attend PLMW. If you came here on your own and just attended the talks, you are still welcome to fill out the survey. In fact, more than welcome. It'll help us organize this in the future, but it's only required if you got funding to attend. So hopefully that QR code should work. Do it on your phone. If you have a laptop, feel free to do it on there. Or share phones and laptops if some of you didn't bring them. You can also save the URL and do it later, but I would really encourage you to do it before leaving the room, because otherwise you'll get an angry follow-up email in a few days. And so will we, because it's also mandatory for us to get you to fill out the survey. So please make sure you do that. I'll note the first page asks you to fill out some information about yourself. We can see that you filled out the survey, so we just get a list of who filled it out. We don't get your answers except in aggregate form, so you don't need to worry about offending us. Please do tell us what did and didn't work. And be honest, that part of the survey is anonymous to everyone except the people just managing the survey who aren't involved in managing PLMW or otherwise involved in your career, and they keep it pretty confidential. All right, that's it for the formal program, and that's all I have to say, but like I said, keep the conversations going, and always happy to chat.